Vande Krishna, Hare Krishna, आचार्य अष्टोत्तर सदशिल भक्ति सिद्धांत सचिदानंद शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। जय जय शिल गौर किशोरदास बाबाजी महाराज की जय। सच्चिदानंद शिल भक्तिवेदांत ठाकुर महाराज की जय। साक्षात वैराग्यमूर्त शिल जगन्नाथ दास बाबाजी महाराज की जय। श्री वसुनाथन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री गोपाल भट्ट दास रघुनाथ स्वरूप स्वामी की जय। जय जय शिल नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। जय गौरताय भगवान की जय। नवतीर्थ धाम की जय। मायापुर धाम की जय। जय जय श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की गिरिराज भगवान की जय। जय जय गोकुलानंदन भगवान की जय। जय सीता लक्ष्मण हनुमान की जय। जय जय अनंत कोटि वैष्णव भक्त वृंद की जय। जय जय श्री राधा माधव जगन्नाथ बलदेव सुभद्रा महारानी गौर निताय शुभ मंगल आरती की जय। मंगल आरती से उपस्थित भक्त वृंद की जय। अनंत कोटि वैष्णव भक्त वृंद की जय। निताय गौर सीतानाथ प्रेमानंदे हरि बोल।
So on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, we would like to give a warm welcome to everyone assembled here for today's morning program. So today is 7th of April 2022, and this morning Srimad Bhagavatam class, which is a special lead-up class to Ramanavami, will be given by His Holiness Chandramuli Maharaj. And the evening Bhagavad Gita class will be given by Her Grace Shyama Balavi Gopi Mataji. Also, we would like to have a special guest today, Ananta Shaligram Prabhu, who will be staying with us in the Brahmachari ashram for a while. I don't know exactly. Hare Krishna, welcome Prabhu. Hope you have a good stay. We continue reading from Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrita. This is in letter to Satsvarup Maharaj on the 14th of November 1968. Srila Prabhupada wrote, "Yes, there is definitely a vast difference between initiated and non-initiated, One who is initiated is authorized, and one who is not initiated is not authorized. Just like, for example, Pradyumna attending class in Sanskrit in a college, he is given a chance to learn Sanskrit, but he is not equal with the regular students. One who becomes initiated is channeled to the authorities in a disciplic succession. One who isn't initiated may chant Hare Krishna and should certainly be encouraged to do so and serve in his own way, and gradually by doing so he may want to be initiated, but otherwise he may fall away from following the rules and regulations. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki Jai. Vrindaya Tulasi Devi Ai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Satavata Namo Namaha. Vrindaya Tulasi Devi Ai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Satavata Namo Namaha. Vrindaya Tulasi Devi Ai Priyai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Vishnu Bhakti Prada Devi Satavata Namo Namaha. Srimati Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki Jai.
Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Preyasi Namo Namaha Tulasi Krishna Preyasi Namo Namaha Radha Krishna Seva Pao Abhilashi Radha Krishna Seva Pao Abhilashi Ye to Maya Sharanala Karvancha Punaha Kripa Kari Kartare Vrindavan Vasi Kripa Kari Sakhir anugat kar seva di kar diye kar nigdasi Dasi ka e naam arha ब्रह्महत्यादिकानि च तानि वनश्यन्ति प्रदक्षिणः पदे पदे
Now, let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone, just like desire trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen, conditioned souls. Vanchakalpa tarunvyascha kripa sindhuvevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnavrinda ki. Shanadapi Sunichena Karodapi Sahishana Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahiri. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offences to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives to propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider the names of demigods like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures of pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit sinful activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruitive activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct a faithless person about the glories of the holy names. And 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offenses in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prem, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare
Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda.
Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Enam Kanvandam Maravindadalayatakam Varhavatam Samasitam Buddhasundaranam Tandarvako Vigamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Bhakti Kayanti Giram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adipurusham Namaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham
Prabhupada is here. We sing now, Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Vando Muhi Savadhana Mate Krishna Bhakti Hoy Han Hoy Hey Krishna Bhakti Hoy Han Hoy Hey Padma Vakya Chite Teko Vakya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chite Teko Vakya Anha Kodi Ho Mane Asa Anha Kodi Ho Mane Shri Guru Charan Hey Ati Hey Sehu Tamma Ati Shri Guru
Jan, hey, Ati, hey, Sehu Samhagati. Hey, hey, Prasade Purve Sarva. Hey, Prasade Purve Sarva. Chakudana dilo hey, Jamidan mi Prabhu say hey, Chakudana dilo hey, Jamidan mi Prabhu say hey, Hibayan hide prakasito Dibagyan hide prakasito Prema bhakti hoite Havi havi rasayate Prema bhakti hoite Havi havi rasayate Vedagaya Charito Vedagaya Charito Shigaru Karuna Sindhu Hanuman Hanumandu Shigaru Karuna Sindhu Hanuman Hanumandu Srila Prabhupada Lokirati Hanha Prabhu Koda Doya Nayamode Parajaya Prabhu Koda Doya Nayamode Parajaya Vyasa Gosa Kripu Hanha Vyasa Gosa Kripu Hanha Prabhu Koda Doya Nayamode Parajaya Prabhu Koda Doya Dehamore Parajaya Vyas Kusikripu Hanha Srila Prabhupada Patita Hanha Prabhupada Patita Hanha Dui Bhakti Loilo Charanha Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Oh Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamine Namine Prabhupada Prabhupada Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauda Adipacharine Nirvisesa Nirvisari Evastyat Yarisi Arine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauda Adipacharine Nirvisesa Nirvisari Evastyat Yarisi Arine Prabhupada Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Gaur Bhakti Vrinda Nityananda Gaur Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Nityananda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Nityananda Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jai Nityananda Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hey Jai Advaita Chandra Jai Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gauranga Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga, hey! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Chant dance. Hey. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, oh. Gauranga, hey. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hey! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hey, 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 hey. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, 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 Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Going. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sri Rama, Jai Rama, Jai Jai Ram. Sri Rama, Jai Rama, Jai Jai Ram. Raghupati Raghav, Rajaram, Patita Pavan, Itaram. Raghupati Raghav, Rajaram, Patita Pavan, Itaram. Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sri Ram, Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Raghupati Raghav, Rajaram, Patita Pavan, Itaram. Jaya Sitaram, Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sitaram, Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sitaram, Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sitaram, Lakshman Hanuman. Sitaram, Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Hey! Jaya Sitaram, Lakshman Hanuman. Sitaram, Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Yeah. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bol. Gaur Premanande. Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ji ki. Shri Sri Gaur Nitai ki. Shri Sri Gokulananda ke. Radha Gokulananda ke. Srila Prabhupada ke. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahans Pariva Jakacharya Astotara Satta Shri Sriman His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai His founder Acharya His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahans Pariva Jakacharya Astotara Satta Shri Sriman His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnav Indike Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Sri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Sri Jiva Gopal Bhatt Das Raghunath Sad Goswami Ki Prem Se Kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Sri Radha, Krishna, Gopa Gopinath, Shyamakund Radhakund, Giri Govardhan Ke, Vrindavan Dham Ke, Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ke, Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ke, Sri Ayodhya Dham Ke, Sri Ayodhya Dham Ke, Jagannath Puri Dham Ke, Ganga Mai Ke, Jamuna Mai Ke, Tulsi Maharani Ke, Bhakti Devi Ke, Samaveda Bhaktivinoda Ki Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda Ki Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ji Ki Sri Sri Gaur Nitai Ki Sri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande. Glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna Mahamantra Ki
Jai. Hare Krishna. Lotus feet of our spiritual master, the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. Bow down to his lotus feet, great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. I only wish to have my consciousness purified. Otherwise,
see Nischincha? Did you seen this chincha.
This is what? Right? No, just one. Okay. This is like Mahagaran from yesterday. It's just being left. Yeah, okay. You can give it to me if you want. Yeah, sure. It's up to you. That's the normal comfort card that we give every morning to the speakers. From Trump. Wow. But that's like every morning. Prabhupada's about to ends up and goes to the speaker. This is like the key to that.
So we are entering into the arrival time of the celebration of the appearance of Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, or actually Ram. So the request was to speak on that subject, so we'll try to say something. I didn't pick a verse because I couldn't think of a particular verse that I wanted to do that was appropriate to what I want to say. So we just put the mantra on the board, and we can chant the mantra. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram, 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 Shri Raghav Bhajaram Patita Pavan Sitaram Raghupati Raghav Bhajaram Patita Pavan Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman. Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Ram Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Ram Jaya Sitaram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Sri Ram Jaya Sitaram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Sri Raghupati Raghava Rajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghava Rajaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Ji Ki Jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So, sometimes it's mentioned that the principles that govern proper behavior and activity in life are found very much within the Mahabharata. So Mahabharata teaches you how to live life from the point of view of activities, behavior. Of course, it's mixed with many other principles, higher principles. But many of the principles of proper behavior, etiquette, values, skills, they're all mentioned in Mahabharata. Of course, Mahabharata is vast and it covers many subjects. So we say sometimes that if you want to learn how to live life, read and study Mahabharata. If you want to learn how to lead in life, study Ramayana. And the ideal leader. What is the principles that make up ideal leadership? What are the values that an ideal leader lives by? And what is the goal of the ideal leader? And how to lead those that he's leading. That's all we might emphasize in the Ramayana. If you want to learn how to love, then the Srimad Bhagavatam. So live, lead, and love. But it's not like it's all focused on one particular scripture of each of the subjects. They contain all of three of those, but there's an emphasis. So in Ramayan, we understand what is, when people talk about that Rajram, we want Rajram, we want that leadership that is ideal, and so they point to Ram. Within political parties, they talk about that, and in society, governments. But they're trying to have the ideal situation without Ram, and without Ram it's not possible. So we learn, and we also become inspired in devotion to the Supreme as we hear about the glories of Sri Ram and his activities. And Prabhupada mentions that, and he emphasizes this in a general way, that within the world there are two classes of people, generally. Vishnu Bhakta Paradeva, Asurya Paryaya, that there are two kinds of people in the world. There are the Devas and the Asuras, or the demons and the devotees. And so these two classes of people are eternally at loggerheads. And not that it ends. As long as there is a material world, there will be these two classes of people fighting for supremacy in the world. The demons want to usurp the property of the Lord and amass as much wealth and power, position, followers as possible. And that sort of grandiose desire takes the form of exploitation of people and the material energy. And then you have the Devas, who also want to take the energy of the Lord, but not for their own personal gain, but they want to use it for the service of the Lord, in order to glorify the Lord and to live in connection with the values and principles taught by the Lord. So these two kinds of people, sometimes we say pious and impious, but that's really a smaller definition of the same. It's more like demons and devotees, or suras and asuras. And so we see that the Lord came, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata, abhutanam adharmasya tadatmaham srijamyaham pavitranaya sarunam vinasanaya chaduskritam dharma samstarpanartayam sambhavami yuge yuge. So at the time when the Lord appeared, there was a need to remove a very strong, powerful demonic influence within the world. And then again, reestablish religious principles and reestablish the righteousness of spiritual leadership. So the Lord comes in order to do that. And then, but when he comes, he also brings his devotees. And he also gives great pleasure and teaches principles of morality, civility, and spirituality in every activity he performs. But we always see, and it's just a fact of life, wherever there is great spiritual power, there is also, sometimes you see, very influential demoniac activity. When Krishna was here, the demons were coming. Prabhupada said 2 demons every day in Vrindavan. So 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon on schedule, because it fits into Krishna's schedule, after breakfast and after lunch, you know. So that's when you got your most energy. So that's when Krishna was dispatching these demons to the abode of Yamaraj. And now we see also, and of course that was after, but then before that, 2 million plus years ago, a very powerful demon called Ravana. So the influence of the demonic energy is always there in society. It's not like we read about it like years ago. And now we're such nice people, and there are a few bad people, but that's all. No. The demons are just as much active, and even more so today, to do the same thing they do, but the only problem is, not problem, the only difference is they're not as powerful as they used to be. So they cheat. They take positions of political offices and various types of positions in society and try to rape the society of all its resources through various types of positions in society. And they cause so many problems to everyone. Prabhupada also said, we have no problem with Maya. Maya is our friend. In fact, Maya works to help the devotee become more Krishna conscious. He said, but because there's demons in the world, the Maya has to serve the demons, therefore there's always problems in the world. So the problems are the demons, not Maya. Maya is our friend, because she's always, of course, we try to avoid the influence of Maya, but Maya works in such a way as she's always trying to encourage the devotee to surrender more to Krishna by showing that your attempt to enjoy me doesn't work. You only get suffering, that's all. And so now we go back 2 million years ago. So I'd like to speak about a few of the more activities that took place during that time. And the first one is Dasarat had 3 principal wives. In fact, he had 353 wives. We don't hear that, but if you read more carefully other versions of the Ramayana, you'll find it's also in Valmiki's Narayan, I think, or in maybe Tulsi Dev's Narayan, or Kambi's Narayan. Kambi is another person who did the Narayan. Yeah, he had 353 wives. How did he have so many wives? We only hear about 3 of them, right? Kausalya, Sumitra, and Kaikeyi. Where did the other 350? Well, it's a nice story, because Parasuram was around at the time, and Parasuram hated Kshatriyas. And his program was to seek out Kshatriyas and cut their life short. And so when he would travel around looking for proud Kshatriyas, sometimes he would come into the area of Ayodhya. And then it was understood that Parasuram would never kill a Kshatriya if they were doing 2 things. And one of them was to get married. If they were getting married, he would not kill them. So Dasarat, every time he heard that Parasuram was in the area, he got married. Pretty good, eh? Some guys might like that. That's pretty good. Huh? Maybe the ladies wouldn't like that so much, though. But anyway, the point was that, in order to protect himself against the influence of Parasuram, that's what happened. But we hear about the 3 principal queens who gave birth to 4 sons. We have Kausalya for Ram, and we have Sumitra for Satrugna and Lakshman. And we have Kaikeyi and Bharat. And I'd like to speak a little bit about Kaikeyi. Out of the 3 queens of, the 3 principal queens of Dasarat, his favorite was Kaikeyi. She was the youngest, and she was also the most attractive and the most dedicated to his service. And Dasarat would always go to see her every night. He didn't do that with all the other queens, but that was his favorite. Now, when the coronation of Ram was coming, and it was understood that soon, practically one day coming, Ram would be the next, king of Ayodhya. The, what do they call that? It's a particular terminology for position. Close. Prince Regent. Yeah, Prince Regent, thank you. Yeah, I didn't hear you say that, but it's Prince Regent, yeah. So that was all in the entire city of Ayodhya, which had millions and millions of citizens. We're all excited about now Dasaratha because of his age, and of course, also for the principle of succession. He wanted to do this before he departed to establish the next king on the throne. So Ram was chosen unanimously amongst everyone. And there was no competition. It wasn't like there was an election. It was Dasaratha chose Ram, and everyone fully agreed wholeheartedly. Not only because he was the king, but because they felt that Ram was the most qualified and the most loved by everyone. Now, that's about to happen. Now, Kaikeyi has a maidservant. Her name is Mantara. Mantara she's very nicely positioned because she is the maidservant of the principal, or the most favorite queen of Dasaratha. But now she's thinking, oh, well, now, Ram will take the throne, and therefore the most principal queen will become Kaushalya, the mother of Ram, and everyone will see that. And Kaikeyi, my master, will be pushed to the side, and what will happen to me? I'll be disenfranchised. I won't get all the perks and benefits and everything else that I've been getting, the wealth. So she made a plot. Now Kaikeyi was just in favor of Ram to take the throne, as everyone else was. But Mantara, she started to speak, and he said, "Don't you see what's about to happen?" Kaikeyi said, "Yes, it's wonderful. Why are you so blind to the truth? Don't you know that once that Ram takes the throne, then you will be second class at best, maybe not even that. And you'll be pushed out. Kausalya will be seen as the most favored and most attentive by Ram." And so in so many ways she came up with different reasons to show that Kaikeyi was blind to what was actually going to happen after Ram took the throne. So, and Kaikeyi was arguing with her. "Oh no, this is not true. Everyone loves Ram, and I also love him." But Mantara was vigilant. She didn't let up. She kept putting her poison out in various ways, trying to somehow or other change the mind of Kaikeyi. And at one point, she was successful to create a doubt in Kaikeyi's mind. And as soon as she saw that Kaikeyi was now ready to listen, she said, "Don't you remember? Many years ago you saved the life of Dasaratha, and he offered you 2 boons. And at the time you said, 'I will not take these boons now, but in the future. So now is the time to take the boons.'" And then Kaikeyi is listening, because now she's somewhat doubtful, or at least became somewhat influenced by what Mantara said. So she's thinking, okay, then you should ask for that Ram be banned to the forest for 14 years, and that Bharat takes the throne, your son. And what happened is, and this is the principle that we want to illustrate. Here we have a good person, a very loving person, a very devoted person, but what is that? Asatsanga. Right. When Lord Chaitanya was asked by Sanatana Goswami, what is the first duty of a devotee in Krishna consciousness? What is the first service, first duty? Lord Chaitanya said, "Asat Sangha Tyaga e Vaishnava Achar." He said to give up the association of the non-devotees and take to the association of the devotees. He said this is the first principle, and this is the foundation by which one makes progress in devotional service. And it's also a principle of life that we like to associate with people who have the same values, the same goals in life, because it supports and fortifies our own efforts. And so now, Kaikeyi, in the association of this Mantara, now she's another person. And we see that even in the world today. And we also could probably say that we have the example of Krishna's son, Boma. Boma was the son of Krishna and the son of the earth. When Varahadev picked up the earth, he impregnated the earth and created a son called Boma. And so he was the son of Krishna and the earth. Obviously, he was a great personality, born in such a glorious way. But he got involved with one particular demon called Naraka, I think his name was. Can't remember the demon's name. And he started to associate with that demon. And then he started to take on the same qualities of the demon and the activities and the attitude of the demon became a completely different thing. And Krishna killed his own son later on. Because he actually became a demon. So here's a perfect example, and we see it here. The power of bad association. Or we also might include the benefit of proper and good association. So we learn from this particular pastime in the Ramayana how such a glorious and loving and dedicated and, I don't know how you can say it, in so many ways she had so many good qualities, but she lent an ear. So people ask, well, what is association? And Prabhupada tells a story. This is an interesting story about association. And it kind of illustrates what is really association. Because sometimes devotees think, or people in general think, well, I'm with this person. Does that mean I'm associating with them? The story goes like this. There was a crocodile riding around in the little lake, and in the tree there was a monkey. And so the crocodile saw the monkey say, "Hey, monkey, come on, I'll give you a ride. Jump on my back. We'll go for a little ride along the lake." Monkey said, "Wow, that's nice." Well, the monkey jumps down, gets on the back of the crocodile, and they're going around the lake. And then the monkey asks the crocodile, "Where are we going?" And the crocodile said, "Well, I'm taking you home to my wife, and she's going to eat you." And she's going to eat out your heart. That's what she said. She's going to eat out your heart. The monkey said, "Oh, really? Well, I left my heart in the tree. Can we go back and I'll get it?" So he goes back, and the monkey jumps in the tree and he gets away. So don't give your heart. Give your heart to the devotees. But if you give your heart to the non-devotees, then you might wind up in the home of the wife of the crocodile, which is not so good. So this is a principle of association, is that you can't avoid being in the physical proximity, or even sometimes we have business, those of us who work in the world. But don't give your heart. As soon as you give your heart, then you are on a different level of relationships. What does it mean to give your heart? It means, see just what Kaikeyi did. She started to become sympathetic to what Mantara was saying. Before, she was resisting and arguing, but at one point Mantara was very effective at speaking her poison, and somehow it changed the mind of Kaikeyi in such a way that she gave up resisting and started to think, oh, what Mantara is saying has some value. So the non-devotees will always try to encourage the devotees for sense gratification. That's what it means to associate with the non-devotees. Their life centers around having fun and enjoying the material world. And so when we associate with them, we should stay away from that mood and keep things, as Prabhupada said, there's three kinds of friends. One is called Suhit, that's Krishna, he's the highest, that's the best of all friends. That friend who knows what you need and is always there to help you achieve it. And then there's Mitra and Bandhu. Mitra is casual friend, and Bandhu is more like a regular friend. So Mitra is a casual friend where you, just like you go to the shop and you buy you're buying something, and so you know the shopkeeper and you say, hey Boris, how you doing, And he says, oh, I'm okay, yeah, all right, nice to see you, have a good day, and you buy your product and you go home. So that's just a casual exchange. That's not association. But when you start getting into your personal life and start speaking about the activities, of course, you can give your association to the non-devotees to help them become Krishna conscious. So Prabhupada said, don't take association, but give association. Kaikeyi took association. She wasn't giving her association. If she did, then Manthara would have been maybe different. She would have been more like Kaikeyi. But she surrendered to Manthara's association, and therefore a very good person became completely different. And you think, wow, that's an extreme example. That doesn't happen to me. It can happen to anyone. I've seen it too. Very, very wonderful devotees just somehow or other don't understand the value of, or the danger of wrong association. Because in order to associate, you have to somehow or other connect. And if you connect on that other level, then you're going to disconnect yourself from Krishna. And so, and then what happened, of course, was then Dasarat, when he found out, she called him into her chambers, and she told him the whole plan. Dasarat was incredulous, couldn't believe what she was saying. He was like, am I dreaming? Is this a nightmare or a bad dream? But finally he realized that what she was saying was actually coming from the same person who had now been changed. And he couldn't understand why. He couldn't understand why. Of course, everybody knew, and eventually they knew that it was due to the association of Manthara. And then she was not only trying to present what she wanted, but she was determined to get it. She said, and at one point, Dasarat said, all right, we can make Bharat the king, but why are you pushing Ram into the forest for 14 years? Why are you banishing him from the kingdom? And Manthara made the point when Kaikeyi said the same thing. What did she say? She said, well, if Ram stays here and Bharat becomes the king, then Ram will become envious and he will get his armies and attack Bharat, and then it'll be, more and more a fight. So in order to avoid that, send Ram to the forest. Jai. Sitaram Lakshman Hanumanji ki jai. Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai. Gauda Nitai ki jai. Yeah, so that's, so she had her whole plan already worked out. That any questions or retaliations with her plan, she had the perfect answer. She had been influenced in such a way she had all the answers. And now Dasarat, of course, she also said, you gave me these two boons. You're a Kshatriya. Now you're going back on your word. And we understand from Kshatriya principles that for a Kshatriya, a real Kshatriya, whatever they say, that is law. And they don't change. Even at the risk of their own life, they will keep their word. Their word is more important than anything. And so now she used that to pressure him to finally agree to her proposal. And what could he do? And so he reluctantly agreed. Of course, that's played out in a very, very dramatic way in a very long part of the Ramayana. But here, the point I wanted to make, and the point that I think we all, I should say, sadhu sangha, sarva sastri hoy. Lavamata sadhu sanghe, sarva siddhi hoy. That the association of the devotees brings one to Krishna. The association of devotees is so important. It is whatever we need to know, we can find out in the association of devotees, and need to know to make progress or execute our devotional service. Whatever we need to unlearn, in other words, some of the principles that are blocks in our Krishna consciousness, are also exposed in the association of devotees. Association of devotees is like a mirror. It helps you to reflect both on what is needed and what you need to get rid of. If you're actually associating with devotees. And how do you associate with devotees? You're in the mood to serve. If you're in the mood to serve, and of course we serve in different ways according to the activities, just like in kirtan we chant and dance, that's service. In class we listen, and the speaker serves by speaking, and the devotees serve by listening. So every particular activity has a feature of service and being served in that combination of devotees. So when we concentrate on this simple principle, how to serve or how to accept service in order to give service, then that is sadhu sangha. That is sadhu sangha. And of course, it takes different forms according to the activities that's being performed. So now when Bart came back, and of course Ram had already left for the forest, Dasarat was already, I think he had actually left his body because the pain of losing Ram was so great that his life could not continue. So he actually died out of heartbreak for the loss of his son. Of course, that son was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But it also indicates, and we also see that even in the secular world, how people have such love or such affection, attachment to each other, that if one of them leaves, the other one, I hear it all the time. Sometimes I hear, well, one of the parents dies, and the other parent just goes down. Their life just goes down. And eventually they become unhappy, or they somehow take to activities that are not beneficial. And then after a while they also leave. So yeah, but when you see it, when in this case of Ram and Dasaratha, the separation from the Supreme Lord, who was actually his personal son, was so devastating that his life was not able to continue. Bard comes back. He finds out the whole truth. Kaikeyi's really excited to tell her son, hey, guess what? You're going to be the new king. And he was away. He had gone to another place for some business. Now he's returned. And everything has been played out, you know. Ram's already left for the forest. Dasarat had already passed away. And Kaikeyi, she was so much influenced by this wrong association. She's joyful to express that she has come up with the perfect plan that is best for everyone. You can see how when you lend a sympathetic ear, and this is the point, as Prabhupada used to say, The Mayavadis, if you associate with and listen to the Mayavadis, you're doomed. But what does he mean? I mean, we've been associating sometimes with Mayavadis. I've been to conferences with Mayavadis. But I don't listen to their garbage. I just have to be there to give my talk and then get out. So when you lend a sympathetic ear to the wrong type of association, there's where you become vastly influenced like that. So as we use the example, don't give your heart. She gave her heart. Mantara was close because she was doing personal service for Kaikei. So it was kind of natural that she would be somewhat open to what Mantara said because of their closeness in their relationship. But fast. And then when Bart heard about it, he was besides himself in first bewilderment, second anger. He became so angry that when he found out who was the influence, he wanted to finish off Mantara. In fact, Satrughna came in, and was it Satrughna or Lakshman, one of them, grabbed Mantara, was dragging her along the floor, and she was just screaming. I think it was Satrughna, wasn't it? Yeah, and so they were both, everyone who had some understanding was very angry at Mantara. But Mantara, who she is. She was placed there in order to bring this intrigue. But we can learn from this principle of wrong or bad association. So association is so important. Yeah. It's not only so. Prabhupada used to say, there's three things that the devotees must carefully put in place in their Krishna consciousness. And he said the three things: association, association, association. You got those three? And remember the order that they're into. So this is the point. And we can't emphasize good association. And then, sometimes we travel hundreds of miles just to get association. Sometimes we travel around the world to get association. We know that the association is the principle of happiness, and is the principle of success, right association. So that's one particular pastime. I don't know how much time we have left, but I can tell one more, maybe a shorter one. There are so many. Okay, I'll tell a real quick one. This called is alertness in spiritual life. Alertness in spiritual life. Just for those who are sleeping now, this one maybe it might be a good one. Alertness in spiritual life, and I'll give the example that's mentioned. Lord Ram leaves the Ayodhya, and the inhabitants of Ayodhya were what? Asleep at the time. When they woke up, if one is attentive or lazy, one will lose the taste for bhakti. If one is lazy or inattentive, one will lose the taste for bhakti. So when the citizens woke up the next day and realized Ram was no longer here, it was too late. Of course, they arranged an ensemble, a big yatra to try to catch Ram. And they actually caught up with him, but then that's a whole nother story. But that point is that, using this example of the citizens of Ayodhya, Prabhupada said, Maya is very strong. And of course, we mentioned Maya as our friend, but her friendliness is that she somehow or other sees a weakness in you. She looks for weaknesses, just like sometimes we use the example when two people are in a boxing ring, they're fighting. If one person hits another person and that person becomes injured in that spot, that same fighter will look to hit that same place again because he knows that's a vulnerable spot. So Maya knows your weaknesses. And therefore she'll look for that weakness. Sometimes you wonder why Maya is attacking you the same way all the time, because that's your weakness. And somehow she wants you to become alert, to guard against that weakness and become strong, and then she's no longer attacking you in that same way. So Maya is very expert. She knows your ins, she knows your outs. She's a pure devotee, and she's highly intelligent. And therefore she looks for ways in order to deviate you in devotional service, but her goal is to somehow or other get you to wake up to Krishna consciousness. And for a sincere devotee, Maya is a friend. For those who are struggling and not so sincere, Maya is just the worst enemy. So always be alert in Krishna consciousness. That's why we say attentiveness in everything we do. I've seen people lose their life just because they have been inattentive for a second. There was one very nice man, he was walking down the stairs, he became a little attentive, and that's the last thing he did. All the way down the stairs, and that was the end. So a little inattentiveness, especially in spiritual life, brings another type of consciousness, and then Maya can use that consciousness to influence the devotee. So that's why Prabhupada would say, and he said it hundreds of times, never forget Krishna. Always remember Krishna. How do you always remember Krishna? And that's a process, but one of the easiest, or not easiest, one of the ways that fortifies the process of remembering Krishna is to have a good japa. When you have very strong japa in the morning, and that takes attentiveness, and in order to do that, but that is the foundation for keeping Krishna aware throughout the day, when you have very good japa. So we always try to increase the quality and, of course, the devotional principles in our japa, because it's the foundation for the everything we do in Krishna consciousness. It sets the stage for the proper consciousness throughout the day, and it also helps us to become alert to what to do and what not to do in Krishna consciousness. Yeah, so the stronger and better and more regular, of course we want to be a regular, our japa, the more you're fixed in Krishna consciousness. Japa is the building blocks. And of course, japa, kirtan is also there. Like that. So alertness in Krishna consciousness, don't forget Krishna. Well, you might say, Maharaj, well, yeah, it's pretty hard to do, but practice. But Krishna is nice. If you learn about Krishna, when you hear about Krishna, when you hear about his pastimes, his qualities, his activities, when you see a beautiful picture of Krishna, you become attractive. That's why he's called Krishna, because he's all attractive. Everything about him is attractive. So getting attracted to Krishna helps us to remember Krishna more and more. And that attraction and the idea of remembering Krishna become one. We want to remember Krishna because he's so attractive. He's so personal, and he's so very much within the foundation of everything we do in our life. So practice that. That's alertness in Krishna. Don't forget Krishna. When Prabhupada was asked, are you always remembering Krishna? Prabhupada said, I can't even remember a time that I did not remember Krishna. If you would tell someone like Prabhupada or someone on a similar level of Prabhupada to forget Krishna, they would think that's the greatest insult. They can't. So we have to come to that stage. And how do we do that? By hearing more and more. We hear the pastimes of the Lord. We chant the holy names of the Lord. We read the books. We associate with devotees who are fixed in Krishna consciousness. That increases our attraction for Krishna. Krishna is not only Krishna, but his energies are also expanded in the form of his devotees, his prasadam, his service. These are also energies of Krishna that keep us connected to Krishna. And Padma Purana gives a very, very strong statement. When I read it, I couldn't believe it. It says, what is the greatest mistake? What is the greatest anomaly? What is the greatest misfortune? To forget the Supreme Personality of Godhead for one moment. That's a statement from Padma Purana. That just to forget God, Krishna, for one moment means that's the greatest mistake you could possibly make in your life, according to Shastra. So we want to remember Krishna more and more because then we can become Krishna conscious. And we have to get attracted to Krishna in order to remember him. And so there's what we hear and chant the glories of the Lord. That is the way to get attracted more and more to Krishna. Because Krishna is who he is. Krishna, all attractive. And here, Radha Gokulananda is actually, the cynosure of attraction. They're so beautiful, so sweet, and so always available. Sita Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman, very fortunate. Not too many temples around the world have such, the deities of Sita Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman. So when Ram Navami comes up, I always think, I want to go to Bhaktivedanta Manor. It's the best place to be for Ram Navami. Really. And of course, Sri Sri Gaur Nitai they're taking the humble position, but they're very, very powerful. Okay, any questions, comments? Some of the principles, yes. Or if you want to ask anything about the Ramayana or principles related to the Ramayana.
Something that I find surprising in the story of the Ramayana is that Kaikeyi, she didn't consult with anyone after hearing what the maidservants told her.
Yeah. She was so much captivated that she was convinced. If she wasn't completely convinced, then she would have probably checked out with someone else to see, well, this is what I'm asked to do, and does it make sense? She could have verified it with others, but she had been so much absorbed and convinced that that never came up. She actually became even just as much or even more, what we say, determined to carry out what Mantar said. And Mantar, she was the main preacher now. It wasn't like she was just influenced and that was all. She actually became so convinced that what she was doing was the best thing. That's how insidious bad association is. Or it's also true with good association. We have that verse, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Sastri Hoy, Lavamatta, Savar Sangha, Savar Siddhi Hoy. 1 minute, one Lavamatta, association with a pure devotee, one can be completely purified. That is the actual translation. So association is such a valuable thing. And in the other way, it works in the opposite way. And it gives you enthusiasm for whatever you're trying to do. Yeah, so she didn't even consider that because there was no reason to go out and ask anyone else. She had been fully brainwashed.
You say that the teaching of this particular situation is, like you said, the power of bad association, but also like the necessity of the sangha to share with. Because if she had brought this up to the circle,
Well, maybe she didn't think of it. Who else could she go to? Everyone else was of a different mindset, right? Ram, Dasarat, everyone else wanted Ram. If she would have went to anyone else, they would have told her, "You're off," Forget it. She didn't. She could have thought, well, there would be nobody else to verify. She got to the point where she had to convince others what she had believed to be right. That was her program. She had to convince Dasarat and others, and her also try to convince her son. So nobody was thinking like her. Nobody except Mantara. So there wasn't like a neutral assembly there. There was nobody neutral. They all wanted Ram. That was obvious. So your point was, if there's a neutral assembly, then you could, discuss it. But there wasn't any neutral assembly there. They were all fixed on Ram. Yes, Prayojana. And then after that, Mataji. Okay.
It reminds me actually of also the wicked mind, that how the mind can see either, we can choose to see the good in others, or we can choose to see or be critical. The fly goes for the sores.
Right.
And, I remember Prabhupada gives that example. So that's an interesting thing.
People even find
teaching.
bad qualities in Krishna.
Yeah.
People found flaws in Prabhupada.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anywhere you can find a mistake or the mind can do that with anything.
Yeah.
With anybody, even God.
Yeah. So we've got to be careful of the mind, I suppose. Its nature.
Well, don't listen to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati says, when you get up in the morning, you beat your mind 100 times with shoes, and at night before you take rest, put 100 times with a broomstick. And he said, then maybe, and he didn't say yes, maybe you'll be able to control your mind. It's a rascal. Okay, yes. Yeah, that's a nice point.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances of Guru Srila Prabhupada. It's such a wonderful class you have given. I just have a small question because of my doubtful mind. Maharaj, you explained that everybody, Ramchandra was there, and Dasharath was there. They are very powerful, spiritual, and the Lord Himself there. But what kind of practice they had? Like we have Hare Krishna Mahamantra, if we chant purely Hare Krishna Mahamantra, definitely the Maya will find difficult to come to us. But Kaikeyi was in constant association with Lord Ram, with Dasharath Maharaj. So how her mind was swayed by these little, insect of like mantra so much that she really was, so powerful with her decision that...
Well, she became sympathetic to hear. And as soon as she did, there was no more... Her own ideas went back, and she started listening in a submissive way. As soon as she started listening submissively, she's finished.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Yes, We got Rashad.
Krishna Maharaj, thank you very much. I think I understand deeply more this, how to not take association of others. And is this also applied for, okay, we understand when there is like non-devotees, but is there also applied to maybe materialistic devotees?
Well, it said, yeah, we should choose your association, yeah. But when you're with, like you're in the temple, you have various types of devotees. So you're engaged in devotional activities. But if you're on one, if you're talking, then you always, it says that Rupa Goswami makes the point, one should associate and make friends with like-minded devotees. You can be friendly to everyone, and that's the nature of a devotee. Devotee by nature is friendly. Krishna mentions that in the Gita. The one who's friendly to everyone is very dear to me. But then there's friendly to everyone, but friends are selective. You select your friends, but you can be friendly to everyone. Because, we have our natures, we have our personalities. And we also do that. So we also talk about 3 levels of association with seniors, with peers, and with juniors. So in that different types of associations, there's different moods of how you associate. With people that are more advanced than you, you hear from them and you serve them personally. With peers, you make friends and share Krishna consciousness together. With those in a lesser position, you try to raise them up and help them become more Krishna conscious. In other words, you become compassionate towards them. Now that's mentioned in the Gita, in the Bhagavatam. 3 ways to associate. 3 moods like that.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for the class. I just have a quick question. If we're engaged in a lot of services with non-devotees, like book distribution, outreach, how can we make sure that we still show a lot of compassion and empathy when we speak with them, but not get influenced by them?
Well, yeah, if you're trying to give them a book, you're trying to serve them. That's Krishna consciousness. So you might exchange words. Sometimes you exchange friendly words. But the reason why you brought into that association is to give them Krishna consciousness, to give them a book. That's fine. Sometimes you might even get into some small talk in order to somehow or other get their confidence so you can sell them a book. We do that. But that's not associating with them. That's just be able to bring communication to a more complete level. That's all that is. But if you sit there for a half hour talking to one person about trying to sell the book, then you might have missed about 10 other chances to sell the book. So you just stay focused on what you're trying to do. Yeah, that's all.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you for the class.
You
were talking about how Maya targets our vulnerabilities, weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
What can we do in regards to those weaknesses to protect us?
Well, obviously, we don't always know all our weaknesses, but we know some of them. And so we should be trying to somehow or other overcome those weaknesses by, the principles of Krishna consciousness. And such as maybe we get angry easy. So that's a weakness. So then we notice that in ourselves. So Maya will put us in a situation where somebody will make us angry. and just to show you what a fool you are, So you have to be aware of that. So you think, well, how can I overcome that? I know I shouldn't get angry so easy, but I can't help it. That's just the way I am. So there's two things. One is the process of Krishna consciousness, which means try to make advancement in hearing and chanting and serving. So as you make progress, then your, unwanted qualities in arthas start to go. But then again, you also can adopt certain techniques or ways of reacting that are different, that doesn't allow these different things. So when someone says something, does something to get you angry, count to 10 before you, respond. So you can use these little things that gives you a chance to think on how to make your response. And then you may not decide to get angry. So I'm just using that as an example, that's all. So two things. The process itself will help us overcome our weakness. As we make advancement, we develop good qualities. We lose these weaknesses, bad qualities. And as we are making that progress, we should also see how to not fall victim to these things by using the counter, like it says in the Bhagavatam. One of the ways to overcome anger is forgiveness. So try to cultivate the quality of forgiveness. That's in the Bhagavatam. And it has how to overcome lust is to use your energy more and more in Krishna consciousness. How to overcome talkativeness, talk about Krishna. So there are antidotes which are the opposite for these negative qualities which are favorable to Krishna consciousness. If you're greedy, become greedy for more service. If you're greedy for something material. If you like to sleep too much, then have your friend call you at 3:30 in the morning on the phone to wake you up. That's a good technique. Yeah. So, you can use these little antidotes to overcome these things. But you have to recognize, this is my anartha, this is my weakness. Like one of my weaknesses, I tell jokes at the wrong time. And people look at me and say, and they look and they think, what is he doing? So then I stop telling jokes. Then I realize that's not good either. So now I have to choose the right time to tell jokes. Yeah, and I recognize that, And I'm from New York, and so New York, people from New York have a certain way of making fun of each other in a joking way, and nobody gets offended. It's just the way New Yorkers are. But if you do that in London, everybody is like, "Whoa, you insulted me." But New Yorkers do that. They just joke with each other in a very demeaning way. And that's just the way they are. It's just that's their culture. But don't try it in London. So, certain anarthas or bad habits or things that don't fit in place or something that's against Krishna consciousness, we have to see what is it, and how to overcome it like that. Yeah, that's all. So, therefore, a devotee is introspective. The devotee watches what they say and what they do, or plans ahead of time, and that way you can maximize the quality of your activities. If you're too spontaneous, sometimes there are devotees, and that's their nature. They quickly react to a situation, and because they're intelligent, many times their quick reactions are correct. But if you're not of that same nature and you become like that, you may make mistakes. You have to know your own nature, and then use that nature to become Krishna conscious. People have different natures. That's why they say, be yourself, but be Krishna conscious. Don't try to be somebody else, because, the program is be Krishna conscious, but in order to do that, you have to be yourself. Each person has their personality, their character. It's just molded in a certain way. Take that mold and bring it to Krishna. So if you like to get angry, just get angry at the demons. That's all. Or get angry at those who blaspheme and offend devotees.
Thank you, Ash.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you for a wonderful class. A lot of devotees now experience overwhelming association, like a subtle form of negative association through technology, in like WhatsApp, social media, TV, internet, and I think, I don't know, may weaken devotees in their, sadhana practices. Anything devote, and also because we live in a society where it's becoming more technology dependent.
Yeah, they force you into that box. Yeah. In other words, they make you dependent on that, and then you find yourself in that situation.
How does one fight that? Because I know
Well, first thing to do is make sure during your japa period your cell phone is off. Completely off. I have a little, it's on my phone. I don't think I could show it to everyone. But it's a nice little video of one. He's a comedian, but he shows the devotees in their attempt to chant japa and do text messages at the same time, He said we've all become lefty now, left-handed, because Hare Krishna, yeah. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, yeah. The right hand is still going Hare Krishna, but we're, the left hand has got other business. So be careful. Yeah, so you have to plan how you use your technological gadgets, or else they'll use you. You can be used by them, or they can use you. I was at Northeastern University in Boston a few years ago. We were giving a lecture, and we were speaking about the deficiencies of too much absorption in cell phones. That became the topic of the discussion. And then at the end of the class, we had questions, but this person came to me at the end, and he was practically in tears. I mean, really emotionally distraught. And he said to me, and he called me, I think he called me Swamiji or something. And he said, if I don't have my cell phone for more than 6 minutes, I go crazy. And he said it with such emphasis. I thought, what am I supposed to tell him? I told him, it's not healthy. So there are people who have become so addicted to these things that it's like alcohol, it's like drugs. I mean, it's just like they can't live without it. And I was traveling in Calcutta a few years ago. There was advertising for remedies and medical treatments for people who have developed brain damage because of overuse of cell phones. Yeah. It's actually bad for the brain too. So this technology we're not against technology. Prabhupada also said we're not against anything. But we use it for Krishna. We have to know how to use it also. Because if it uses you, then you go down. So there's been many, I think Bhaktivedanta Manor did a whole video on how to use computers and how to live in the lockdown, right? There was a whole video that was done by the devotees of Bhaktivedanta. I remember Mother Vishaka, she also spoke, and other devotees spoke about, and this was the lockdown, so everyone was now more attuned to the technology. And so the devotees here made quite an extensive video, came in 3 parts, and to use it in a very healthy way. And there was many instructions, mention advice, things to avoid, things to consider. It was nicely done. So yeah, there is a protocol that one should follow in order to not allow these technological devices to control you. And also, it can also be unhealthy. Yeah, I think one of the things I can say in a positive way is have a time for that. I've heard of certain executives, they take calls at a certain time and they answer calls at a certain time. They don't answer every call because they have a particular time when they're doing things and they don't answer any calls. And then when they collect the calls and then they call back, like that. And that's one technique to allow yourself to get more things done. Because if you're always answering calls or checking the text messages every time it goes bong, you're going to get nothing done. I mean, I had my phone on during japa this morning. I must have got about 10 bongs. But I didn't look at any of them. I just kept chanting. Every time I got a bong, I just thought, I guess that's Krishna telling me I have to, become more attentive to my japa. So I used... So yeah, it'll control you and it'll bring you down in your spiritual life and in your health. And that's also socially, it's antisocial too. People don't associate with each other so much. There's been many, many displays. 6 people sitting together and each one's on the cell phone. Nobody knows about anybody else around. It's just them and the phone. I saw 6 different settings. People at the airport, people at the restaurant, people standing in line, people in schools. Everybody's on their cell phone and nobody's aware of anybody else, So it's actually a way to disenfranchise others from each other too. It's not very social. And it's, all the media is like that, with computers, television. Want to hear a funny story? If you have to go, I don't want to keep you too long. It's a true story. I was preaching in one city in America, Cincinnati, Ohio. And I had a friend, and he invited me to come to his house. So he escorted me to his house. So we went to his house. And I walked in. He's a very simple man. He didn't have much. So I walked into the living room, and his father is watching television in the living room. And then I noticed the living room was divided into 2 sections. And there was a curtain in between. And then we happened to go to the other side, and his brother was watching television on the other side of the curtain. So same room, the room is divided into 2, and both are watching television. So I kind of rationalized in a nice way. I thought, well, yeah, they're watching, 2 different shows. But then I looked, they're watching the same show. And then I had to ask. And then the answer was, just in case one wants to change the channel. Yeah, that's a true story. I mean, and I thought, this is a good topic for class, you know. Disassociation by electronic association. So yeah, this is what it can do to you. It can actually create divisions within it's actually doing that, creating divisions amongst people, amongst groups, amongst societies, like that. Yeah. But if you use it for Krishna in the right way, at the right time, then it has benefit, yeah. But that takes some planning. And you have to know your vulnerabilities too. Anything? Okay, I don't think I should keep you any longer. It's past breakfast time. So thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanumanji ki jai. Yeah.